Yeah, I have to delete my Phantom Pain save file to start a new game. Terms of use, yeah. Virtual fucking currency, right? Yeah. Uh, go away. Jesus Christ! How many forms do I have to sign? Yeah, and now we're gonna have to go through all the individual downloadable content. We need to be careful though, because they trick you. The last thing here will not be a DLC notification. It'll be a question asking us if we want to play Ground Zeroes first. So we need to make sure we don't select that by mistake. If you keep spamming X, you'll just be playing Ground Zeroes again. Oh. No. They tried to catch me.
Mayday! Mayday! Controls unresponsive. Tower, do you read?
Team of production is about to be destroyed. Going down in flames. He has loads of flowers. I only get one.
Kijk, zijn we.
V has come to.
V has come too.
All right, let's switch some options before we get into it. Kind of looks like the shadow is back behind the curtain there again. Kind of looks different again. Let's see. Display options. Get rid of the score. Get rid of the trials. Get rid of the markers. Keep the reticle. Get rid of enemy presence. Get rid of damage. Leave the action icons because they can be kind of janky. Leave that off. Turn off Donna Burke, yes. Game settings, reflex mode off. Chicken hat off. I really wish you had like a permanent option for the chicken hat. You died like twice and the game asks you if you want to use a chicken hat. It's ridiculous. Okay.
Ακούεις με? Ακούεις με? Can you hear me? Are you having difficulty speaking? Can you move your head? Just nod if you can hear me. Look up, please. Please follow my instructions. Look up. You can hear me. Yes?
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Please follow my instructions.
Oh! Oh!
Look up.
So they select your camera settings for you here. When he tells you to look up, if you press down on the right analog stick, you will look up. If you press up, you will look up. So you...
Please follow my instructions.
So to look away from him straight away, you have to look up and then switch right after you move it just a little bit. Okay.
Very good. How do you feel now? Can you speak? What is your name? When were you born? Can you recall?
All right, time to become Snake. I feel like going for Mother Teresa again. What was Mother Teresa's birthday? Wait, never mind. I don't want Mother Teresa's birthday. I guess I'll just assume that the date on our console is correct. If I set it to the 29th, it'll happen too early. I'd like to trigger it in Chapter 2 if possible, so we get the extra quiet scene. Assuming we don't kill Quiet, maybe we'll kill Quiet. Will this playthrough go into the 30th? Nah. Let's just put it at the 29th. We usually kill her, sometimes we don't.
Good. Now then. Please try to relax. There is plenty of time. I need to tell you something. Please listen and try not to panic. You've been in a coma for quite some time. Yes, I know. You would like to know how long. I'm afraid it's been 9 years. Damn it! Nosocoma! 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 Nurse! Calm down. Calm down. Try not to panic. Wait a second. Try not to panic. You'll be all right. There now. Just rest.
How do you feel?
It's been 1 week since you came to. Now, let's try getting you out of that bed. Nurse. Don't worry. You've lost some strength, but we've been maintaining your muscle mass through massages, CPM therapy, and EMS. Now, I need to explain something to you, but you mustn't be alarmed. 9 years ago, you were injured in an explosion. Upon examination, we discovered 108 foreign bodies embedded within you. In addition to shrapnel,
There were only 5 people
we
on that
also
chopper.
found fragments of human bone and human teeth. Most of it was removed, but some of the fragments still remain. They are located near your heart and in your skull. Look at this. The fragments are lodged deep within your cerebral cortex. We couldn't give you an MRI, the metal, you see. But even if we were to extract it, you would most likely suffer a brain hemorrhage. Mental and physical impairment are unavoidable. However, your current status is not life-threatening. One more thing. This X-ray is on your upper body. You better look now. Best to understand your situation sooner than later. I know it's difficult, but please look down. It's best to see with your own eyes. Be brave. Nosokoma, Grigor, try to calm down. Calm down. Please, calm down. It's gonna be okay. Yes, yes. Calm down. Yes. Yes.
Έννεν σε κατάσταση βασική εγχείρηση.
Κάποιος ήδη γνωρίζει ότι έχει ξυπνήσει. Και αν τρέχει μεγάλο κίνημα, πρέπει να ενεργήσουμε άμεσα. Προετοιμάστε το μια εγχείρηση. Το πιστεύω.
It's true. There are those who wish you would never woken up. You should be dead, but you're not. The wheels are in motion. Your enemies are everywhere. We must alter your appearance immediately. Otherwise, I fear you won't leave this place alive. It's a wide open world up there, so there's something we need to take care of first. I'm going to change your appearance. We have no other choice. What you look like, however...
Okay, Mother Teresa. Well, let's see. How are you going to look? Yeah. I think we'll go with the bald look. No eyebrows. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, angry. A little bit stoned. Upper nose prominence. Yeah, that's as prominent as it can be. Maybe I should give him a really small nose. Ooh. Okay, I like that. Make that a bit less prominent. That's definitely quite prominent. For sure. Let's ooh. Yeah, okay. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think I like that. I just put everything to -5. Cheeks. -5. Mouth, -5. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, I don't know. I think I kind of like that. Oh, he's getting very wide. Okay, I think I'm happy enough with that. Maybe I want to give him some hair, though, or change his facial hair. Okay, I think I'm happy with that.
Very good. Now let's remove these bandages. Your face has healed nicely. To tell you the truth, these bandages were more for your protection. to hide you from those who want you dead. As of today, your name is Ahab. Forget everything. Your name, your past. This is you as you've lived until this day. Tomorrow, it becomes a phantom.
Not yet. The patient in the next bed saw my face. Of course. Consider it done.
Okay, have time to go.
What happened to the woman?
The woman? We gave her a light. She took the short way down.
Who are you?
Who am I? You're talking to yourself. Been watching over you for 9 years. You can call me Ishmael.
What the hell is going on?
Well, the good news is, you're in the land of the living. Bad news? The world wants you dead. On your feet, soldier. The whole place is coming down. Need a little pick-me-up? Okay. Here. Nothing like a little digoxin to get you back in the game. Come on!
Alright, let me change my controls before I do anything. Because I need to fix the camera from when I was fucking around in that intro. Okay. I really like that shot where he has just the hook up in the air and you see the petals falling on fire. Same shot from the initial reveal trailer. There's something about that. Has a real vibe about it. Dekelia SBA Memorial Hospital, Cyprus, March 11th. I really wish we could move around more in this hospital intro. Speaking of trailers, and when I was watching those trailers, I was like, man, I can't wait until I can finally play the game so I can move around this room, but you can't. I like the idea of the intro, though, having, like, you know, how they try to convey that this is like a man reborn, how you have to get your how you have to get your basic motor functions back, and you know, it starts off you can only move the camera, and then you crawl, and then eventually you learn how to crouch and sneak, and then you get the gun, and then you learn to roll. It's like you gradually get more and more of your controls back as you play. I think that's a cool concept. You know, ties into the idea of being reborn as this new person. But I really wish you just had a bit more freedom, you know? Instead, you know, you're just kind of holding up for a lot of it. Yeah, we can see he has loads of flowers over there. And lots of flowers over there. The nurse brought us one during the intro. Or two. Two. There's two there. Two little petals there. Alright, let's start moving.
Drug's not working. We're getting out of here. Move it.
Yeah, the whole area is well lit, while ours is dark. Kind of a bad omen. Our fate has been sealed already.
Let's take the stairs.
No. I remember when I saw these hexagons in the first trailer. That was when I knew it was MGS. Like, huh, that kind of looks like it might be Snake. Then I saw the hexagons. I was like, yeah, this is MGS. Why the hexagons? Just because they're a recurring visual theme throughout the series. The plant, the big shell, various parts of Arsenal gear, Peace Walker, the design of MSF's shell, which mirrors the big shell, the base, mother base, which mirrors the big shell, MGS4, and the structure of GW and the AI is hexagonal in design. So yeah, it's kind of a symbol that I associate with the Patriots, the AI. And I guess seeing the British flag, I thought of Zero, and then I saw the hexagons, and I was like, oh, okay. And it turns out this place is being run by Zero. We even see a statue of the boss outside later. just like MGS1.
Something's coming.
Now we get this lovely sound with the arm.
Calm down. You can do this.
Flop. 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 We played Peace Walker right before this, but I don't consider Peace Walker to be a small game. It's a mainline entry in the series. Yeah, we played that before this.
Guns kicked in? Good, let's hurry. Hold up, let's fix this. Next time, do it yourself.
All that
It's always good to
sweat.
try and manage your injuries while hiding from the enemy. Over there. Let's go. This way, hurry. Keep your head down.
Help me, please.
Help me! I don't want to die!
He's coming too. Roger that.
Here! Over here!
Time to walk. Press the stance button to stand
And
up.
now we learn how to walk. Can I stand up completely though? No, not yet. We can only crouch.
Don't get caught in those searchlights. Here they come. Move! Go! This way. Shit! It's ugly down there. Turn back. This way.
Πάμε γρήγορα. Come on.
Σας παρακαλώ, τι συμβαίνει? Δεν βλέπω τίποτα.
Δεν είδα κανένας, θα μας σκοτώσουνε.
Ναι, τον είδα πριν λίγο.
What's happening out there?
It's all right. We'll be okay.
I can't see what's happening. Do you hear that? What's going on out there?
Oh, Rosicare.
Hey!
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 I can't see what's happening.
What is that? What's happening out there? Does anybody know?
Hey!
You hear them coming?
What doesn't make sense about that part? Yeah, they kind of bait you into thinking that the guy at the end of the corridor is Big Boss or Ishmael. But then you can see when the camera pans that there's another guy also wearing a bandage just like that in the room that he pulls you into. But yeah, on a first playthrough, it might make you think that... It might be another thing that makes you think that Ishmael isn't real. Because at this point anyway, you might be thinking, oh, is he just a figment of my imagination, right? Because with the same voice. I think that's how most people interpreted Ishmael at first. That we were playing as Big Boss and Ishmael was just like a part of his mind or something like that.
Anything? Negative. He came in here. Keep looking.
This way.
Oops.
We're sitting ducks. Blend in with the bodies. Get down on your stomach and crawl. If you move, we're done for. Play dead. Freeze. Don't move.
This is the silliest part of this sequence. Feels like we're supposed to be playing dead here, like that's what they're trying to teach us to do, but... They get so close without realizing all these guys just drenched in blood. We're sticking out like a sore thumb. And now when it turns back, suddenly they're... Now they start trying a little bit. No, he didn't piss himself. That's what they make you think at first, though. Another burning guy out a window.
Grenade! Take this!
This is before Skullface gets his hands on them, I think. This is shortly after they woke up.
Damn it! Incoming! Move!
That helicopter crash that you hear at the start of the game. Mantis was inside that helicopter. It's not the Ground Zeroes crash. Get the sprinklers. Do it. I think that might be my favorite moment in the in this opening. After all those shots, firing launchers at him and everything, all you needed was this.
Hold on. You gotta stop and treat that injury.
But yeah, regarding the appearance of Mantis and Volgin, when the game begins, you hear that helicopter crash, right? I think most people just think back to Ground Zeroes. Oh, you know, like we're just kind of recapping Ground Zeroes in a way. And then that leads into this, like a helicopter crash leading into the Phantom Pain, which makes sense. And that's probably what it's supposed to be alluding to some degree, but it's also supposed to be a crash that's happening right then and there. I think that's supposed to be Mantis crashing, but you don't get much info on it here. They talk about it much later in the game, you know, when you get to the tapes explaining more about the third boy. I forget exactly what Ocelot says. But yeah, after the helicopter crash, you hear Mantis's breathing, which is the hint that this is, you know, this is where Mantis is coming from. Mantis has now been unleashed. Funnily enough, I think it was in the script. I remember reading, I can't remember if it was I can't remember what version of the script it was, but I remember reading an official script where they spoke about Mantis's parents dying in the crash, which was really weird that was ever even an idea, given Mantis's parents and how he was a part of his backstory in MGS1. part of you would wonder, like, is this even supposed to be the same Psycho Mantis? But it would be a bit of a coincidence, right? Liquid interacting with two different mantises, you know, telepathic characters with gas masks that look alike. But yeah, weird, because I think the original idea was that both of his parents were to die in that crash. Now we get the color fuckery. Yeah, this will come back later on in Mission 51. Why put Snake's ass crack on display? Have you played these games? Why would you need a reason? So another little detail here that hints towards future twists. When you kill Snake here, Ishmael, you get a time paradox. But when you die, you get mission failed. Very MGS2, MGS3. We're allowed to die. We're just a meaningless pawn, but Big Boss, he has to survive.
Know how to shoot a gun? Hold down the aim button to aim, then press the attack button to fire. Destroy it. Hold up. I'll take the right. You take the left.
Some people have said that you can't let Snake kill these two guys here, but you can. You just have to wait for a long time. Yeah, I wonder if there was ever a plan for the Man on Fire boss fight to have this kind of stuff going on, where you actually had a boss fight that revolved around shooting sprinklers inside some building or some shit. I actually think the Man on Fire fight is pretty decent. It's probably my favorite fight in the game, with all the different ways you can deal with him, baiting him over to the cliff and then driving into him off the edge of the cliff. It's kind of cool. But yeah, maybe originally it was going to be different.
Calm down.
Yeah, well, whatever you want to call it. It's kind of like a puzzle fight, I guess. It feels like a boss to me, but yeah, kind of like a puzzle boss more than anything. You're not supposed to take him down by the pool. There are several ways. You can take him down by the pool, by the towers. I don't think there's just supposed to be one way there. And given the animation that he has when he falls off, and the big dissipation effect, knocking him off the edge seemed like an intended strat. No! There's the boss. It's hard to get a good look at the statue there, but it's a statue of the boss riding the horse.
inside! Hurry! Hurry! Hang on! Use this! Watch our backs! Shoot it! Watch for an opening! Careful, that gun's slow to reload! Time your reloads carefully!
Here! Who are you talking about, me or him?
Fire! Watch for an opening! You get him? We shook him off. Shoot it! Keep it back! I see it! Shoot it! Now! Harbor! Almost there!
Chick. Chick is the default rank that you get for like the first 3 missions. I think the description for it is title given to newly awakened soldiers or something like that. Tying in with the idea that we are reborn or like we're a newborn. Give me my heroism. And now Venom runs out of revenge juice. Where's your revenge, bro? What is this?
Come on.
No more revenge.
The name's Ocelot.
Big boss, you know who I am. A certain man gave me a job to do. Two, actually. First was to get you out of that hospital. The second was to rescue the man himself. You remember? Your partner, 9 years ago, Kazuhira Miller. 9 years back, your private army came under attack by Cypher. You were considered dead. Until today, that is, when Cypher found you. And it's not just them. The whole world wants you dead. You'll have to join up with Miller. Build that private army of yours one more time. It's your only chance. First, we need to save Miller. He's in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan?
What, you can't keep up with world affairs in a coma? 4 years ago, the Soviets invaded Afghanistan. The Muslims are fighting back with Western support. Miller was training Mujahideen rebels when he was captured by the Soviets. The Reds' 40th Army. Troop strength somewhere around 100,000. The squad holding Miller set off near the Pakistan border yesterday. Now, in 3 days, they'll reach the Soviet garrison. They'll be interrogated for a few more days, and it's off to a lager. Or left to rot in a ditch on Afghan soil. I give him 2 weeks. The job didn't mean anything to Miller. He only took it on to keep you safe. Well, there's our ride. It's a whaling ship. Had a pretty good deal on her once the IWC started raising a stink. Now it's 7 days to Port Qasim, another 3 overland. So we won't have much time once we're there. Don't take too long getting used to your new self. Hang on. Ha! is under total Soviet control. Miller's been captive for 10 days. Not much time left.
Weather will clear shortly.
Storm's passing.
Getting used to it? After 9 years on ice, solo infiltration of the Soviet main ground forces. Should be the perfect warm-up. Kazuhira Miller is being held in Dawandehar to the north. Check its location now. Take out your iDroid.
What if I don't?
Boss, take a look at your iDroid.
I don't think he gets pissy with you here.
Boss, take a look at your iDroid.
I'm gonna wait one more time.
Boss, take a look at your
Yeah, it's just the same line.
You see Wandy on the map? That's where they're keeping Miller. Only problem is, we don't know his exact location. Finding it is your first priority. Got your binoculars? Or should I say, your int scope? See the village? Straight ahead? To the right. Something there? I don't hear any aircraft.
I guess I can't.
Something there? I don't hear any aircraft.
Okay, okay.
Have you spotted the village?
Where?
Zoom in closer.
Over
to
here?
the right. A little to the left.
Right? Left? Is that it?
Have you spotted the village? Zoom in closer. Something there? I don't hear any aircraft. To the right. Look up. To the right. Look up. Have you spotted the village? Zoom in closer. All right, that's the village. If you see something through the binoculars and you need more information, just give me a call. I'll tell you anything I can about it.
Now can we get the bird?
So this is Raven territory. I heard once that some indigenous peoples in Canada and Alaska deify the common raven as a totem.
Is this a clone? Who are you? Take off that mask.
Take
So
a
we
look
get
through your binoculars.
we get Ocelot's standard radio call here if we look at the bird. Alright, tell me about this place.
That's Violo Village. The Violo Calais. The villagers fled the war and evacuated a while back. Since then, it's become a base for the Soviets' 40th Army. A few days ago, Miller was taken through there, en route towards Dawandehar. You may be able to pick up the trail there. It's worth a shot. Put a marker on it so you don't lose track of where it is.
I don't think you can get a unique call just by looking at Ocelot. Although I can't remember. I don't think so, though.
Good. Now you won't have to worry about getting lost along the way. You can't have much left in him. I give him 3 days, tops. If we fail, and he dies, we lose our chance of revenge.
But we need more intel. If you just go charging into Doandehar, you'll be putting both your lives at risk. See what you can find out first. The Soviets have other outposts, not just the one you saw. Afghanistan is a big place. I expect you'll become quite familiar with those binoculars as you plan your next move. How and where you make it, well, that's up to you. From here on out, you're on your own. You're a legend in the eyes of those who live on the battlefield. That's why you have to handle this mission yourself. Put those 9 years behind you, and return as Big Boss. That's how Koss would want it. I'll be sending additional intel by radio. Stay sharp. Not one of Miller's bodyguards survived. And they were good. All we found on the scene were their corpses and knees. You'll be missing them. And you're his only hope of getting them back. Now go! Let the legend come back to life.
Alright, let's do it. Let's go rescue this fool. And he disappears! You hear him Fulton, but you can never see him. If we get off here, I think we get messages from Ocelot.
Why don't you do a little more practice in those ruins?
Yeah.
Shooting, taking cover, climbing obstacles. See to it that 9-year gap doesn't slow you down.
Like a little training arena here. Practice shooting pots if we like. By the way, maybe I'm wrong, but I always imagined that the codec calls were sub-vocal technology, despite the fact that we see lips moving during the call. That was my way of making it work when you're having a conversation right next to a guard. Yeah, in MGS2 it is a thing. It's a part of the world. You know, they explain it to a certain degree. When you talk to Ames, when Ames asks you to get on the codec with him, he says silence beats talk when it comes to safety. So in MGS2, they're not really supposed to be talking at all. And in the case of MGS2, I'd imagine, you know, it was an in-world explanation for something that was done to avoid creating more cutscenes, you know, to save time, so they didn't have to animate all this shit.
That's a type of medicinal plant. Bring it back to base. It's sure to be useful sometime.
And in MGS2, they refer to it as nano-communication, which is different compared to MGS1. They don't refer to it as nano-communication. But yeah, I think in MGS1 and 3, they are supposed to be talking. I like how this mission gets some of its own unique background music at the start. Wish more missions had that. Yeah, Ocelot gets pissy when he finds out you know, when you start using the codec with Ames because he wants to listen in.
Hold it. There's a Soviet guard post. There are bound to be guards. Take a look with your binoculars. Put the enemy in the center of your field of view. That's marking. Focus on a thread and it'll be marked automatically. You can mark enemies and vehicles by zooming in with your binoculars or camera. Once they're marked, you'll also see their positions on the map. Security at that guard post is relatively light. Looks like the perfect place for a warm-up. try to remember the ways you used to deal with enemies. Anytime you need advice, just give me a call.
Hey, see you later, Zip.
A Soviet soldier. A lot of them came from Central Asia before, but lately they've been using more and more Russians. Simple, really. There's less hesitation to pull the trigger if they're not fighting their own race. Morbid cynicism, but it gets results. That's humanity for you. A Soviet soldier of the 40th Army.
Let's interrogate this guy just to get Ocelot's
sound. Keep all
dialogue.
your enemy senses in mind. When you're near an enemy, stay low and move slowly.
Oh, did he see the horse?
Talk. Boss, you don't understand what he said? I guess that makes sense. It looks like that horn stuck in your head has impacted the language center of your brain. If only we had a recruit with the Russian interpreter skill, we could get by with simultaneous interpretation.
Did you make that up on the spot, Ocelot? And if we ask again...
Spit it out. Speak.
Understanding a language and being able to interpret from that language for somebody else are two different things. Juggling languages at a rapid-fire pace is more difficult than you might think. So, in other words, while I do speak Russian, don't expect me to do your interpreting.
Okay.
Don't leave bodies out in the open. Find some place to drop them out of sight.
Yeah, of course, the real reason for our lack of language capabilities is that we are not the real Snake. Stick this guy in here.
If you're gonna hide inside, watch the enemy doesn't decide to use it. Same goes for hiding downed enemies in it.
Usually I just go straight to Miller, but maybe I'll go and get the intel for a change. Hey, what's up, Barbie Age? Haven't seen you here for a while. How's it going? Fuck it, nah, I'm just gonna go straight up and get Miller. If I know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. Where am I going? Oh no, I'm forgetting where the fucking path is. Usually I don't even need to think about where the path is, I just go. Is it up this way? Okay, I think I'm on the right track. I think right now Zero is in the process of becoming a vegetable. Probably not feeling too good. Probably feeling pretty vegetably. But not as vegetably as he is in MGS4. Does Ocelot say something about enemies using toilets? Did he say something like that when I stuck that guy in the toilet? I'm not sure if you can ever catch enemies going into those cubicles by themselves. I don't know.
You've reached one day. Miller is being held somewhere in that town, but we don't know exactly where he is. You can keep gathering intel or make an entry into the town now.
You can find that Johnny tape. You know, in Ground Zeroes, in the Deja Vu mission, you can hear, you get that Johnny reference with the guy shitting himself in the toilet. You can find a tape with that same sound on it in Phantom Pain. And if you're hiding in a bathroom, if you're hiding in a toilet and an enemy is about to look in that toilet, you can play that tape to usher them away, to shoo them away. Maybe that's what Ocelot was alluding to, but probably not.
Sun's down already. It goes without saying that darkness is good for infiltration, but your vision will be affected just the same. Keep your guard up, or who knows when you'll bump into an enemy.
Coming out.
Wait, isn't that... Stand down. Look at who you're attacking.
How am I supposed to know who I'm attacking?
Stand down. Look at who you're attacking.
Miller's design here is a callback to his concept art for MGS1 with the green shirt.
Stand down. Look at who you're attacking. Stand down. Look at who you're attacking.
I don't think Ocelot realized I killed him that time. Oh, he gets a time paradox as well. All right, makes sense.
We don't know Miller's exact location, so you'll need to do a little intel gathering first. Take a look around Vialo Village.
Is the same guy gonna see?
God. No more use for me, huh?
Gaza, it's me. I'm here to get you out.
Snake.
They do something to your eyes?
No, it's just bright as all.
Forgot how good the sweat effects looked in this.
What took you so long? We'll talk, but not here.
You've secured the target. I'll send the chopper to get you out. Make your way to the RV. You can check the location on your iDroid.
I think Miller is supposed to be more or less blind. Maybe he has some sight.
You look well. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit. Not so heavy anymore, right? Magic words, boss. I've been waiting 9 years to hear them. Kept you waiting, huh? Come on. Say it for old time's sake.
So here we actually have to press a button if we want him to say kept you waiting, huh? If you don't press anything here, it'll just be awkward silence. And chances are in the first playthrough, you're not going to think you have to press a button here because that's kind of weird. The game doesn't give you any prompt or anything. It's a hidden prompt. But if you press triangle, he will say the line, "I am Big Boss. This is my catchphrase."
Kept you waiting, huh? It's really you, Snake. All these years without you. I knew this day would come. It's them. Boss, watch out. It's the Skulls. Don't let them find us.
Boss, whatever that mist is, it's all around you. We can't see through it. I'm changing the RV so it's outside the mist. Get over there. The chopper will be waiting.
Okay. We have 4 politicians to deal with here. I'm going to lure that guy on the right. There we go. We got his attention. And once we have him over there, now we have a free little spot. Hopefully I can do this. I might get caught. That usually does the trick. Just bait one out. You get too close and then you trigger their little cutscene. The light looks nice there. Just a weird kind of glow. It's easy when you know exactly what to do. I think most people get caught by the skulls there first time. But it's not too tricky riding away from them either. They're not too much of a threat here in this first mission. But on a first playthrough, it's hard to know exactly how they work, you know?
Stand by! The mist is cleared, and it looks like they're gone.
Those things. That's the unit that attacked us before. They came at us real fast in the same kind of mist. Ah, man. Survivors from 9 years ago were wiped out in minutes. I don't know what they want, but it's them. No mistake.
Boss, did you come all this way just to kill him?
Isn't that what you're gonna do with me, Ocelot?
That is enough! Boss, have you lost your mind?
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, I have. I feel like his first bit of dialogue is also supposed to be a little bit of a play on what's happening. Obviously, the second one is when our character has literally lost his mind and it's been replaced with someone else's. But have you come all this way just to kill him? That's kind of what they're going to do with Medic here. Put him through a whole ordeal only to have him killed in outer heaven. He's going to be tossed aside when they see fit.
All right. Put Miller in.
S. And chick again.
We're headed for the Seychelles. That's where our new home is now. Hey. That was some operation we had, huh? 9 years ago. Carving out our own world. Making our own future. And they took it away. I'm gonna rebuild it. Make a new place. Together. That we can call home. Yeah, we were dogs, all right. Slinking around out of Cypher's sight. Digging up whatever kind of dirty money we could find. You name it. We did it. You see this? Diamond Dogs. Our new home. A phantom of our former selves. Triumph. Death. We weren't allowed either. They played us like a damn fiddle!
Help me, Snake. Chico.
It all ends soon, exactly as I've planned.
Give my regards to your boss when you get home.
Snake. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night, I can feel my leg, and my arm, even my fingers. The body I've lost, the comrades I've lost, won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. You feel it too, don't you? I'm the one who got caught up with Cypher. A group above nations. Even the US. And I was the parasite below, feeding off Zero's power. They came after you in Cyprus. Then Afghanistan. Cypher just keeps growing. Swallowing everything in its path. Getting bigger and bigger. Who knows how big now? Boss. I'm gonna make them give back our past. Take back everything that we've lost. And I won't rest until we do.
Approaching Mother Base.
Our new Mother Base. I don't know how long it'll take, but I'll make it bigger. Better than before.
God. What should I do?
Boss?
Tell me. Tell me like you used to.
Fuck me like you used to, Kaz. For old time's sake. I think that was the moment in my first playthrough where I knew that this game isn't what it was advertised as. You know? I wasn't expecting Snake like that, you know? A Snake behaving like that, completely mind... You know, I was expecting him to be a little bit fucked up after Ground Zeroes. Still assuming it was going to be the same, you know, the real big boss. But when I saw this, that reaction, like, tell me what to do. Tell me like you used to. Like, this is a guy completely out of control, you know? Have you ever seen Snake in such a weak state? And in such a weak state of mind? Like, what was that? Like pure panic, like he's doesn't even know what reality he's in. Tell me what to do. Tell me like you used to. Almost like asking to be like pushed around almost. Just tell me what I need to do. And even though you're supposed to be the boss in this game, out of all the MGS games where you're often playing as a pawn under the thumb of your superiors, I feel like it never feels as... You never feel as much as of a pawn as you do in this game. Even as Raiden, I would say Raiden in MGS2 is probably in second place. But playing as this guy, you feel like a complete puppet. His silence probably has a lot to do with that, whereas Raiden has, you know, he talks more and he has more of his own, his own real self speaks out a lot more. He has the player avatar side, the side that is the VR, you know, the VR trained soldier, but he also has the other side of his own life, his relationship with Rose, and yeah, he just has more of his own self. But Venom just feels like an empty husk.
Things have changed, boss. We pull in money, recruits, just to combat Cypher. Rubbing our noses in bloody battlefield dirt. All for revenge. The world calls for wet work, and we answer. No greater good. No just cause. Cause. Cypher sent us to hell. But we're going even deeper.
I know. I'm already a demon. Heaven's not my kind of place anyway.
Dogs of war for 9 whole years. That ends today. Now you're not sleeping, and we're not junkyard hounds. We're diamond dogs.
Okay, Grandpa, let's get you to bed. Revenge this, revenge that, Cypher. Yeah, come on now.
We can crush Cypher, boss. And you can build the army that can do it.
Just one thing, Kaz. This isn't about the past. We're fighting for the future.
Snake has no revenge. The only time he has revenge juice is when the whale appears at the start of the game. And then Mantis tries to suck some more revenge juice out of him later, but that's it. And there it seems like he's trying to suggest to Miller that, no, you know, maybe we need to be fighting for the future. He doesn't seem to be on really the same wavelength as Miller when it comes to this quest for revenge. Miller's all about it, but he's so passive, Venom. He seems to have some motive, but for the most part, he's happy to let Miller do the heavy lifting and tell him what to do.
Boss, there's something I want to talk about.
What?
It concerns the running of Mother Base.
Who?
Come meet me. Duquesne, this base belongs to you now. Make Diamond Dogs the force it deserves to be. Like any organization, we need good people, and we need to make good use of their talents. Miller asked me to lay that out for you. To start bringing people in, use this. It's a Fulton recovery device. When you're in the field, use it to extract any soldiers or prisoners you want back here. And we'll see if we can't persuade them to join the ranks of Diamond Dogs. Go on. Test it out on the staff here. Anyone you want. First, put them to sleep. You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you?
Let's do this, boss.
That won't work on I've had drug resistance training. You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you?
Takayama. The Japanese train stations, they're back.
First, put him to sleep.
They're back again.
You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you?
So a lot of this is, again, hinting towards Ocelot's own self-hypnosis. He's hypnotized himself to believe that you are the real big boss.
2 + 2 = 5.
As he loves to do.
2 + 2 = 5.
The 1984 tie-in.
First, put him to sleep. You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you? That won't work on me. I've had drug resistance training. Now, that's one way of doing it. Now extract it. Good. Extraction complete. You can only Fulton recover someone if they're not resisting. No dead bodies either. They don't make great recruits. The staff member you just extracted will be assigned to the team best suited to his abilities. See for yourself. Open your iDroid. Select staff. So that staff member was placed on the R&D team. The R&D team is in charge of developing all kinds of weapons and items that'll support you on missions. Take a look at the development list.
Select weapons items under the development heading.
That's the R&D team's development list. See the item called cardboard box? Doesn't seem much use to me, but Miller was adamant that you'd want it on the list. The last word in infiltration technology, or so he said. In any case, we don't have the manpower to develop it just yet. We need more staff on the team. Go extract a few more people. Boss, put the iDroid away from him. You can also Fulton extract individuals you've knocked out. Why don't you try knocking someone out with CQC next? Show them how it's done, boss.
Don't pull any punches.
Is there any reason for why Ocelot uses whatever the hell gun he has here instead of an SAA? Well, they don't have the rights to use real guns in this game. So we get knockoffs and Franken guns. But, it's weird. They released DLC for this game. And, one of those DLCs was advertised as Ocelot's revolver, right? But the revolver is just a 45. And I'm not sure if that's like some sick joke, something intentional, some kind of fucked up mistake, because the revolver you get is the engraved 45 that Ocelot talks about during the cutscene where he's teaching the soldiers. You know the scene later on where he teaches the soldiers? And he's like, you see that in the movies? Forget everything Hollywood taught you, blah, 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 blah. And then he takes this guy's gun from him, which is the engraved 45 that you get as DLC. And he says engravings will do, you know, he quotes, he does the MGS3 quote about engravings. But that pistol in that cutscene with the engravings is the DLC revolver, quote unquote. So I don't know what the fuck they were doing with that. They straight up call it a revolver, don't they? Yeah, it's that guy's gun in that cutscene. Engravings will give you no tactical advantage whatsoever. It's not even a revolver. Can we get the box to fall on our head here? I think it can be kind of random at the start of the game. give up.
Try throwing. That's the best way to knock someone out instantly. Good. Action One thing I should mention. This isn't the time. Give it a rest. Go for them, not me. That's enough. This isn't the time. Give it a rest. Go for them, not me.
Okay, who's next?
One thing I should mention. A Fulton extraction won't always be successful. If the person is injured, the shock of it could kill them. And if the weather's unfavorable, well, it could end up going missing. You can determine the chance of success by approaching the person you want to extract. If you want to be sure you can get them out, best carry them to the chopper instead. All right, extract the next staff member. Any method you like. Start by knocking him out, or you can put him to sleep.
You want some too?
Extraction complete. Boss, now that we have more people on the R&D team, its level has gone up. We should be able to develop a cardboard box now. Open your iDroid.
Select weapons items under the development.
Now select cardboard box and start development. Just be aware that
Development has finished. You can have the support unit supply you with weapons and items.
I'll try and get it to land on top of me.
Personal delivery service.
I think I'm right underneath it.
Sorry, I forgot to tell you. When you call in a supply drop, watch you don't drop it on your head. And there it is. Not sure what it's good for, but Miller said you know what to do. Try it out. One last thing. The staff members you extracted were all placed on the R&D team, but that was Miller's decision. If you think they belong somewhere else, you're free to move them around. Well, that about does it. You won't make any GMP or find recruits hanging around here. Board the chopper when you're ready for a mission. Open your iDroid and select a landing zone to tell it where to pick you up.
Unfortunately, we can't drop one on his head.
Guys on their asses. You can stay around here a while.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
Oh shit! They got up fast. You're welcome.
Gaining altitude.
Yeah. Come on. Do we really need to stop here?
Boss, I know you haven't been backlogged, but I prepared a list of missions for you. Open your iDroid. I've taken the job offers Diamond Dogs has received and made a list of those I want you to consider. Which ones you accept is your call. The objectives of the missions I've added are prisoner rescue, facility sabotage, and high-value target elimination. Probably all a walk in the park for you, but they should help you get back on your feet. I put the mission details on a cassette tape. Refer to it if you decide to accept the mission. We'll receive GMP for completing missions, and extracting soldiers and prisoners will boost our ranks. Building up Mother Base is the first step to achieving our goal. If that means wet work, so be it. We're gonna have to get our hands dirty. I hope you're rested up, because we're not stopping. Not until the pain is gone. The future of Diamond Dogs is in your hands. We're counting on you, boss.
Okay, before we get into all that, we'll do some tapes.
You were hospitalized in Dikelia, a British sovereign base area on Cyprus. It's part of British overseas territory that falls outside of Cypriot jurisdiction. You got moved from Cuba's Little America right into Cyprus's Little Britain. Why Dikelia? The UK and the US remain close allies. The last place Cypher would think to look for you is inside their own system. That's what kept you safe in British military hospital for 9 years. The safest place from a whale is inside its own belly. You were a regular Geppetto.
Well, it wasn't Pinocchio who led me out to safety. So who was that guy?
Cypher went so far as to attack British territory, burning their own ally. That's how badly they wanted you dead.
He said I was in a British military hospital. But the doctor had a Greek accent.
They hire locally. Easier to trust them. Dikelia is also home to Greek Cypriots, after all.
What about the Turks? They haven't returned to the south.
Not yet. The Cyprus...
I just thought of something there. We were talking about MGS2 comparisons and whatnot. Venom and Raiden both being player avatars. The little Pinocchio reference, they just made me think of MGS2. You know how MGS2 references Pinocchio in Arsenal Gear? Or that was like one of the main sources of inspiration for Arsenal Gear. Getting swallowed by this giant sea creature. It's not quite a whale in MGS2, it's more like a giant turtle. But yeah, that was the idea, that it was, you're getting swallowed and going through the digestive organs of this system, and you end up in the Arsenal Gear rectum, and then you get shat out. But yeah, Kojima mentions this in the making of MGS2, how it was Pinocchio that inspired that. And then it just made me wonder, because you could also tie more of MGS2's story into Pinocchio. You know, the story of an artificial boy becoming a real boy. It's kind of similar to Raiden's arc, right? He wants to be real. He has this whole identity crisis over the course of the game, and he wants to become his own man, and at the end of the game he does. He becomes a real boy like Pinocchio. Again, I'm not sure if Kojima was also thinking of Pinocchio in a greater sense with regards to Raiden's arc, but it makes sense if he was. And then that tape there just made me think how this game ends with the inverse of MGS2. You know, Solid Snake gives his speech and helps Raiden to break free and find his own individuality and become his own man. And at the end of Phantom Pain, Big Boss, the villain, does the opposite and gets Venom to become an absolute willing pawn to be killed whenever he sees fit, to be killed in Outer Heaven when he feels it's time to step back on the world stage. So just bringing up Pinocchio there, I thought was kind of interesting, because yeah, it's kind of like the opposite here if we're again comparing to MGS2. Anyway, I think another thing in MGS2 that you could maybe tie to Pinocchio is that you enter the whale to confront your father figure. Raiden confronts Solidus, kills Solidus. Although in Pinocchio goes into the whale to rescue his father, right? I think. Anyway, just some shit to think about. Pinocchio references. Very overt Pinocchio references here. In MGS2, they don't mention it directly or anything. We just know that it's an inspiration because of what Kojima has said.
Feud is still a long way from resolved. The country is just as split as it was in '74. Turkish Cypriots in the north, Greek Cypriots in the south. Between them, the Green Line, the UN established.
And Decalia sits right on top of it.
It does. Part of the buffer zone between the two groups. Another reason it was the perfect place to hide you. Easy to spot any outsiders snooping around.
So how do things stand?
Now, last year, the Turks declared that the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus is an independent state, though it's only Turkey that recognizes it. In the past, the Greeks and Turks lived side by side in the same villages. There are reasons to fight. Those came from the outside. Greece, Turkey, Britain, America, they all had their own stake in pitting the two sides against each other. But once you spark something like this, it's impossible to control. Both sides build up grudges like debt, without the foresight to see that each act of revenge just fans the flames, and then it's too late for other nations to rush in with peace talks. The embers keep on smoldering. Each nation's arrogance only breeds anarchy. The world is paralyzed by this hunger for revenge. Cyprus is no different. You're up.
We're changing ships?
We can't go sailing the Suez in a whaler.
The Suez Canal. When did they reopen it?
Not long after you were attacked. Once they finished sweeping it for mines after the Arab-Israeli conflict. Can you stand? We're going to transfer to a container ship for passage through the Suez. Our destination is Pakistan, Afghanistan's neighbor to the south. There, we disembark and head via Peshawar to the Zero Line, the border. We'll travel to the Khyber Pass by road.
And then?
We continue on horseback. Afghanistan's main roads are under Soviet control. We'll need to go around them. It'll be all narrow, winding paths through the mountains. We'll do better on horseback. It's a local guerrilla tactic. They use the higher ridges to avoid air recons. Then they charge down the mountains for ambushes. The Soviets still haven't devised a counter-strategy. Our time frame is only half as much as we really need. It'll be a tough march.
Better horses than boats.
Well, it'll make for good physiotherapy. Take the time to get used to that new arm.
While the Soviets have indicated they are not participating in the Los Angeles Olympics, primarily because the United States has made no attempt to guarantee the safety of the Soviet Union's athletes, the United States is increasingly demonstrating the belief that the issue has nothing to do with its preparations, and in fact this is retaliation for the Western nations' boycott of the previous Moscow Olympics. That concludes today's news.
That's quite some news.
The Soviet Union not attending the LA Olympics? Yeah. Andropov's death has changed some things. They're calling it revenge for the Western boycott of the Moscow Olympics.
Countries boycotted the Moscow Olympics?
Yes. In protest of the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan. Over 50 countries were absent. It's too bad I didn't get to see Yamashita's judo. When the 40th Army crossed the Amu River 4 years ago, détente went right out the window. The U.S. Congress chose not to ratify SALT II, and Reagan's hardline politics won in the presidency in a landslide. According to him, the Soviet Union's an evil empire.
A second Cold War.
And there's been no end to regional conflicts and civil wars. Lebanon, the Falklands, Grenada, Iran, Iraq. The story never changes. Egypt and Israel did sign a peace treaty. But then the driving force on the Egyptian side, President Sadat, was assassinated afterward. Apparently, his actions were considered a betrayal of his fellow Arabs.
Islamic extremists?
Yes. Fundamentalist extremists have been responsible for some bold acts of terrorism in recent years. We've had extremist students in Iran take U.S. embassy workers hostage, and suicide bombings in Lebanon. Over 300 foreign soldiers stationed there have been killed. But countries have yet to develop an effective means of dealing with terrorism. Afraid of losing their own men, they've pulled their forces out, handing private forces a golden opportunity.
Private forces?
Small armies with no national affiliation, working for the highest bidder. That's right, they got the idea from you. After Mother Base went down, they began spreading to meet the soaring demand. Miller's organization is just one of many PFs now. The entire world is after you. But at the same time, it needs you too. Miller told me about what happened in the Caribbean 9 years ago. You do remember Miller. You'd formed a private army with him. An army with no allegiance to a nation.
I remember, but...
I see. You're not sure what's fact and what's a fantasy caused by the coma. It's still all a mess, huh? All I can do is tell you the facts as they were told to me. I've gone easy on you up until now, but this is where the hard stuff begins. 1974, the year before you entered your coma. You were in Colombia, operating with a small unit of men, basically mercenaries. Miller was among them. Miller was trying to find a way to turn his and your talents into a line of work. He was looking to start a business where you would fight on behalf of others around the world, those who needed military force. But the reality was, at that time, you didn't have enough gear to equip your own men. Then Miller came across this client. It was a huge job he was offering, but you had a shot at pulling it off. You accepted it and headed into Costa Rica. The client even threw in an offshore facility in the Caribbean. The mother base, that would be your new base of operations. Miller sure did have a head for business. As your mission went on, your unit grew and grew. More weapons, more money. Before you knew it, you were commanding 300 men. As the organization got bigger, your military powers swelled to match. It got so the international community couldn't afford to ignore you. You were just too damn successful for your own good. You, your men, had worn out your welcome. Everyone was out for you. East, West, First World, Third. It was only a matter of time before someone took you down. And that was XOF. Officially, they're an anti-terror unit under the CIA. In reality, they're Cypher's private strike force. They lured you to Cuba using Chico, the Nicaraguan revolutionary kid, and Paz, a mole who worked for Cypher as bait. While you were gone, XOF, posing as a nuclear inspection team, stormed Mother Base. At the same time, C4 they placed on the strut legs went off. The whole thing went down in minutes. XOF. Kisses and hugs followed by a big FU. All because of Miller's blind spot. A back door into Mother Base no one suspected. You remember a certain scientist. Huey was responsible for bringing the inspection team on board, giving the enemy a perfect opportunity to hit you at home. You were returning from Cuba when it happened. Mother Base came damn close to taking you with it into the Caribbean. Those of your men out on assignment returned right away. They refused to believe the wreckage in the water they found was Mother Base. But they checked the coordinates again and again, until reality finally settled in. You were supposed to die that day. That was XOF's primary objective. As far as most folks know, you did. The first doctor to see you wasn't even sure what he was looking at. Before they'd even finished operating, your men moved you to that hospital in Cyprus. It was a woman named Eva who arranged that. Rings a bell, huh? Most men in your condition would have been written off right from the start. But you survived. You went straight down to hell, and they pulled you out. Your eye wide open. Full of venom. The days of Naked Snake are long gone. Welcome back, Venom Snake. This world still needs you. Here, Snake, try this on. A prosthetic arm. Yeah, Miller was calling it the arm that wasn't there. The physiotherapy's going well. Your arm's bulked up enough for it to fit. There. Perfect. A little time with it, and it'll work better than the real thing. What do you think?
Huh. I can still feel my real arm.
Well, you better get used to this one quick. You have any pain?
Every now and then.
Where?
My fingertips. My left fingertips.
Sounds like phantom pain. Your brain still remembers your old hand.
Yeah.
What about your vision? Can you see okay?
Yeah, at the moment.
Now, the shrapnel in your skull is pressing on your optic nerve. I'm told any hard impact could have an effect on your visual cortex.
Yeah, the doctor mentioned that.
Your brain might process visual information incorrectly. In other words, you could have hallucinations. You might see things that aren't there, or not see things as they really are. You experience any of that? I think so. When?
Right after I wake up. Colors look faded.
Colors, huh? Well, that's not a major concern in and of itself, but it could mean the difference between life and death in the field. You'll need to watch out for that.
I will.
All right. You should continue your physio. We'll be arriving soon. It's the last chance you'll get. Snake, I wanted to ask you about the man on fire. What do you remember from the hospital? Anything we can use?
Well, he took off the moment the sprinklers started up.
Sprinklers? The fire system?
And when he got sprayed with water from the burst pipe, it slowed him down.
When we escaped on horseback, he wouldn't cross the river either.
And then it started to rain. And he disappeared.
Water against fire. Is it that simple? I mean, it makes sense. It's just hard to believe it would work on a guy like that. Christmas Eve, 1979. The Soviet Union rolled into Afghanistan. Muslims had revolted against the Soviet-friendly regime established the year before. The DRA forces could no longer contain it themselves, so the Soviets went in to intervene. The Afghan government was powerless and fraught with infighting. They lost the hearts and minds of the people, and that alarmed the Soviet leadership. With the Islamic Revolution happening in Iran, the Soviets felt they had to act fast or risk the spread of Islamic revivalism. A superpower, sending a motorized rifle division against men on horseback with antique rifles. Everyone thought it'd be over in an instant, only it wasn't. Some Muslims made their fight a jihad, a holy war, and began a guerrilla campaign on all fronts. A war of attrition. These fighters call themselves Mujahideen. They're being supported by the West through Pakistan. That's why Miller was involved. He was training them near the Zero Line, sponsored by the CIA. The war has become a nightmare for the Soviet troops stationed here. They thought they'd be headed home in 6 months at the most. Then a year passed. 2 years. Now here we are 4 years on with no exit in sight. Afghanistan has become the Soviet Union's Vietnam. The Soviet troops on the ground want to go home, but at least they have homes to go back to. The Afghans have lost theirs. The Soviets destroy the kishlaks, villages, wherever they can. They burn down homes and fields, fill in wells, turn pastures into minefields. It's created a mass of refugees who fled to Pakistan. If the Mujahideen are fish swimming around the villages, the Soviets will go so far as to dry out their ocean. But this has had a big price. There's bitter resentment among the Afghans, and they're taking out their anger on the soldiers on the front lines. Among the Mujahideen are the Pashtun people. They're fiercely devoted to their code of Badal, or revenge. Soviets they've captured have had their hands, feet, and noses cut off before being left to die at the side of the road, just to show their comrades what they're capable of. Friendlies who come across them can do nothing but put them out of their misery. Then they burn down another village in retaliation. And the cycle of vengeance goes on.
So SALT II still hasn't gone into effect.
That treaty was drawn up to limit not just the size of the U.S. and Soviet Union's nuclear arsenals, but also their delivery systems. The whole deal. Just when we thought all those years of negotiations had paid off, somebody decides to invade Afghanistan. The timing couldn't have been worse.
The president was in the middle of the SALT II talks back then.
You mean while you were busy trying to stop Peace Walker? I heard. President Ford was meeting with the General Secretary in Vladivostok. In his absence, the political brass in America detected what they didn't realize was false nuclear launch data from Peace Walker, and were on the verge of ordering a retaliatory nuclear strike.
Coleman's big idea? Humans are incapable of destroying themselves. Turns out he never knew what humans are capable of.
If that AI, I mean, the boss, hadn't found a way to stop the fake data transmission, they probably would have gone ahead with the launch.
Deterrence was revealed as the pipe dream it was.
All thanks to you. And her. The U.S.-Soviet talks looked set to fall through. What happened in Nicaragua no doubt helped trigger a change of heart. But in the end...
The time's to find the politics. When you've grabbed their tail, they turn and bite your hand.
I first met you 20 years ago now. The place was Selenoyarsk in the Soviet Union. We were enemies. I was with the GRU. You were still fighting for America. 1964. Operation Snake Eater. Its objective? The assassination of the legendary soldier known as the Boss. When you returned home successful, they awarded you the title Big Boss. Your CO, Zero, sought to carry on the boss's will by covertly establishing his own organization. You knew the original members from Operation Snake Eater. From America, there was David O, or as he was to you, Major Zero. Donald Anderson, aka Sigint. Dr. Clark, who went by paramedic during the operation. And the fourth, you. From China, there was Eva. And me, Ocelot, from the Soviet Union. 6 in total. To us, government notions of friend and foe were meaningless. As were East and West, we joined forces by our will alone. Our objective was to fulfill the boss's dying wish, to make the world one. And to do it, Zero used the Philosopher's Legacy, the secret war fund you obtained during Operation Snake Eater. This organization would go on to become Cypher. I, on the other hand, was left with the problem. You only recovered half of the legacy. I had to locate the other half myself. When I found the funds, I passed them on to Zero, just as you wanted. I still trusted him in those days. We thought what he was doing was the boss's will, until he started that one project. Les Enfants Terribles, Zero called it. You parted ways, as did Eva, leaving only Anderson and Clark still with him. I maintained limited contact, although truth be told, we were just keeping tabs on one another. The reason was always you. After you returned to the Army and created Foxhound, you left America. For a time, even I'd lost track of you. I'd imagine Zero did too. You always were the best when it came to hide and seek. Zero created Cypher, an information network to tap into every corner of the globe. Woven together, Cypher's arteries make the world just one big organism, and that's not all. It also monitors the thorn in Zero's side. That's you, tracking your coordinates wherever you might go. The further you strayed from your roots, the larger Zero became. It's as if he was trying to close the gap between you. But before long, he disappeared from public life. Only a few people had direct contact with him. For a time, I was one of them. Then a year after you fell into your coma, he slipped out of sight entirely. Since then, nothing. No photos, no recordings, not even a reliable rumor as to his whereabouts. I tried every method I could think of, but Zero was gone. Freed of his control, his creation, his power continued to grow. Cypher is a great beast, and Zero was its spine. But even without him, it's endured, evolved. But now its body is rotting, riddled with parasites. Parasites like the ones who attacked you 9 years ago in the Caribbean, and then at the hospital. Cypher's Black Ops unit, XOF. They learned where you were, and came to wipe the slate clean. Ocelot, I hear they started calling you Shalashaska in Afghanistan. What's that about? You know the term Sharashka? It's slang for a suspicious, hastily thrown together organization. The word became associated with a type of forced labor facility in the Soviet Gulag system. OKB scientists and engineers who'd been convicted of crimes were sent to a Sharashka for forced R&D. The Sharashkas were supervised by Lavrenti Beria of the NKVD, the secret police, under the official name 4th Special Department. Forced research? That's not very different from what we do here. Diamond Dogs is different. Everyone here believes in you. Regardless of where they came from or why they're here, they revere you. And they're fighting because it was their choice. And if it wasn't, they'd leave? Who knows? That's our reality here, whether it's real or not. If there's another truth, I don't want to know it. All that matters is that's the concept that's taken shape in their heads. The traces of a group ideology, our superstructure, to put it in Marxist terms.
All right. Go on.
Right. So anyway, at some point the enemy started calling me Sharashka. This was after the war in Afghanistan broke out. While I was keeping an eye on you in that hospital, I was also heading up interrogations here. The men I broke gave up their comrades and families, everything they wanted to protect them most. No real cause for it. I just let myself get caught up in the old Russian pride. And suddenly I received the honor of becoming Special Interrogation Advisor to the forced labor camps. But the more men I interrogated, the more people saw me as just that, the interrogator. It helped cover my real objective of keeping you safe.
You went that far for me?
Far enough to keep you alive. I ended up being pretty well known among the Afghan guerrillas. Some of them would have seen me on the battlefield, and that's how I got the second half of the name. Shashka. It's a sword, a type of saber from the Caucasus. Russian dragoons and Cossacks carried them into battle. Now, the Russian Empire had a general by the name of Fyodor Arturovich Keller. His bravery earned him the nickname Russia's Greatest Shashka. Someone must have known about that, because somewhere along the line, Shashka got stuck on the end of Sharashka. The guerrillas were using the name amongst themselves, and by the time I got to hearing about it, pronunciation had wound up as Shalashashka.
So half gulag, half hero sword. Is a perfect fit.
But you see how rumors and ideas about people can get out of hand fast. Once you create a character and put it out there in public mind, it warps and twists with every baseless rumor. And before you know it, all people see are phantoms. In my case, it works out just fine. I'm plenty used to working under aliases.
Alright. I quite like that call. It's pretty interesting. It's again, another thing that's tying into the development of the series. It's getting quite meta, because Shalashashka, when they were creating the character of Ocelot, Kojima called him Shalashashka, which was a misinterpretation. You know, it began as a mistranslation in the development of the series as well, or a misinterpretation. It was supposed to be Sharashka, but wherever Kojima read it, it wound up as Shalashashka. And I guess the Japanese L's and R's also tied into that, you know, where oftentimes you get the R's and L's mixed up in Japanese, or, you know, in English translations of Japanese. But yeah, I think originally he should have been called Sharashka, but in the end we got this mistranslation. But he's really just using this to speak on a greater theme in the game, because this idea comes back again and again with language and names and how they shape the perception of someone. How a name is more than just a signifier, or, you know, it's more than just something that signals to someone's identity. It's a part of them. You know, how you can steer the interpretations tied to someone's name by giving them a certain name. Like later on with Liquid, you know, when Eli comes to the base and he starts losing his shit because they take his name away from him, they call him Eli, whereas when he was with his men at Wala Yamasa, he was known as Nyoka Ya Mpembe. But when he was brought to the base, they stripped him of that name. And I think Ocelot has that line later, you know, he must feel like he's been stripped of his whole identity. And then, of course, you have our character here who has been given the name Big Boss. All people need to know is that Big Boss is here, and, you know, that name itself carries so much meaning. It has this whole legend. It has this whole legend tied to it. But yeah, pretty interesting call, that one. Let's do some missions. I guess I'll show the C2W thing if you go free roaming. Hold on. Yeah, I guess I'll get dropped down at Smugmay Keep. Do you have any knowledge on Ocelot's knowledge level of Russian, talking Russian in the series? Well, he's supposed to be talking Russian throughout MGS3, right? So probably pretty good. He's probably pretty fluent in Russian. You know, in MGS3, they make the point that all the characters are supposed to be speaking in Russian, or, you know, 90% of the time they're supposed to be speaking Russian. Sokolov says to Snake when he first meets him, "Your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?" But you haven't heard any Russian in that scene. So the idea is they're all speaking Russian, we're just hearing it in English. I always thought that was a really, like, clever idea and simple idea in MGS3. Has anyone ever seen did Kojima get that idea from a movie? Has anyone ever seen a film do that? Where, like, the character comments on the person's Russian or language even though they're not speaking that language, and it's designed, you know, to say to the player, hey, we know, or to the audience, we know these characters are all supposed to be speaking other languages. We're acknowledging it in this cheeky little way. Just know that they are supposed to be. They are speaking Russian. You're just not hearing it that way. That's called a dub? Well, but that's not really what they're doing in that scene, right? It's like a little joke nodding towards the fact that they are playing, that they're supposed to be speaking Russian. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. You know what I mean, right? I'm talking about, like, the specific bit of dialogue where they talk about the languages that they're speaking. Where someone compliments someone's ability to speak a language, even though we're not hearing that language at all. It feels like it's supposed to be a little joke. Hold on a second. Let's see. Do I have any grenades? I hope I do. Yes, I do. My balls, your balls. Okay, so we're not going to do a mission. We're going to complete the C2W objective outside of the mission. Just to show how that affects the mission itself when we start it. What are the issues with the Master Collection? I'm getting very exhausted, tired of going over the Master Collection stuff, but I guess it's not as bad now because we're not actually playing it anymore, but Yeah, fucked up sound issues across the board. Broken analog controls on MGS1 where the analog movement just doesn't work at all. It's just 8-directional laggy movement. And, you know, different issues depending on what version you're playing. But, yeah, hopefully with patches, most of the problems will be sorted eventually, whenever those patches come. You can get him in free roam as well here, okay.
Tough little guy. Boss, this is no time to be playing with animals. What are you gonna do, boss?
No, it's okay, Happy Gilmore. It makes sense that people are curious.
We'll pick him up.
Not your fault.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh. Can I do the Russian interpreter thing now? I don't think I can. I have to finish a mission, don't I?
Whoa, whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, no side ops unlocked yet.
Yeah.
Just gonna avoid those guys. We'll go to them later to get Russian interpreter. Although DRK will probably be taken over soon. I don't think he has any interest in showing the optional conversations. Probably shouldn't bother.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll hop off here. Actually, no. I thought I was in the right place, but I'm not.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Uranium Bullet, I have no idea when it comes to the MGS4, the future of MGS4. I'm not so knowledgeable when it comes to the technicalities behind these processes. But yeah, it seems like MGS4 might be a pain in the balls. It'll be interesting to see what happens with it.
Say, boss, you see many animals in the field. There's an environmental NGO who asks us to remove wild animals from
Oh, he's
combat
still going.
zones. If you have the time, can you extract some back here? There's a reward in it for us. We can use compounds from plants to make medicine or poison for use in new weapons and equipment.
The only reason MGS4, let me scroll up here, was exclusive to the PS3 was because of the Blu-ray disc. The idea that MGS4 is overly reliant on PS3 architecture like the Cell is a myth. Yeah, you see, I just don't know when it comes to this stuff. I've heard so many people say different things about MGS4, and right now, I can't even remember all the things I've heard about it. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's true and what's not, and how hard it is to port or how hard it isn't. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I guess we'll see what happens.
List on your iDroid to see which ones we need. Then go find them if you get the chance. It'll keep the staff happy too.
Okay, we're gonna destroy this shit. With a carefully planted grenade. There we go. Now we'll get Chopper out of here.
Roger.
That was the mission, but it was outside of the mission.
Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude. Departing.
Prolonged time in the field is bad for the body and mind. I think it's time you took a break. Do it for me. Come back to Mother Base ASAP.
I was barely out, Miller. What are you talking about? Yeah, he just wants me to come back to see Dee Dee. You should have been honest with me. You didn't give a shit about how long I was out in the field for.
This is the dog you brought back. Bit of a troublemaker. Not sure about the breed, though.
He'll get bigger?
Uh-huh. Like this.
Like the size of my
I
dick.
can look after him. He's still a pup, so he doesn't listen. I have a feeling someday he'll be useful. I suspect you discovered a real diamond in the rough. With a little polish, I'd say we got a true diamond dog on our hands.
Nya venya sazavisezova.
Hostile at raising hounds. Fine.
Sorry for ruining the scene.
Come on, Dee Dee.
The Lion King SNES stream when that game ruined my life as a kid.
Roger.
One of the worst experiences ever as a child playing that game. What a horrible game. What a disgusting game. I don't think I could get past the first level. I think it was like one of the first games I ever played as well, which just made it even worse. Jeez, I was not ready for that game. Don't think I beat the first level. I remember jumping on those giraffe heads. Maybe I got past the first level once. Alright, so...
By connecting your iDroid to the onboard computer, you turn the chopper into your own Aerial Command Center, or ACC. Some elements of staff assignment and R&D of weapons and items can only be performed from there. Take as long as you need to consider all your options.
If we start C2W now... Destroy the Soviet comms equipment to prevent reinforcements being sent between outposts. Let's get our briefing.
Boss, information warfare is more than just intel gathering. It also means disrupting enemy communications. Your mission is to punch a hole in the comms network between the Soviet outposts. That'll cut off their means to call in reinforcements.
Technically, we were given this mission by a Western-backed Arab organization supporting the guerrillas.
But it'll also give us a leg up in the future. Take a look at the location of the Eastern Communications Post on your iDroid. Head there and destroy its comms equipment. He who controls information controls operations. Just look at Cypher. Good luck, boss.
Disable the Soviets' reinforcement system by putting a hole in their base-to-base comms network. Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy its comms equipment. First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
Wait, what? Did it not save?
Be careful down there, boss.
What? It should have ended by now, right? Okay, let's go back up. I destroyed what I was supposed to destroy. I'm gonna do the exact same thing again and the mission will succeed. Maybe my grenade throw was a little bit off, but no, I heard the thing get destroyed as well. You heard the little sound effect. Maybe you have to start the mission from, like, within the environment. But no, I'm pretty sure you can go back and then call in the chopper, because I remember that's how I did it before, I think, anyway.
Use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility. Good work.
Yeah, there it is.
Completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Peace. See you later. What the fuck went wrong last time? Buggy shit, or did I actually do something wrong? I even took a chopper out of the area to be safe instead of using the ACC. Playing the game wrong? Maybe. Maybe playing the game wrong, or maybe playing the game wrong.
No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
Anyway, what's supposed to happen is when you start up the mission, Miller's giving you your briefing, and then he stops and goes, "Oh, wait, no, you did it already," and then you just leave. That's what's supposed to happen. The game recognizes that you've completed the mission. But it didn't happen there.
How you feeling, boss? Getting used to being in the field again? Having choppers and a horse at your disposal is indispensable for operating in the wilds of Afghanistan. I've gone ahead and arranged for you to be able to develop and customize weaponry for support choppers. And you can also develop new equipment for D-Horse if you like. Use your iDroid to start development as needed. Remember the guys you brought back from the base in Cuba 9 years ago? Believe it or not, some of them survived that hell we went through. Word reached them that Big Boss is back and they wanted in. They're good men. Our brothers in fate. They'll be glad to know you've seen them here.
Kojimbo, Amber Fox, Gold Fox. Yeah.
Boss, we have an emergency. Get back to Mother Base right now. I mean it. Hurry.
Oh shit, is it time for my birthday already? I think it is. When there's no one on the base. Okay, listen out. You can hear Huey's voice even though he's not here. Huey's ghost is still gonna be present. Listen carefully. Wait, I didn't hear Huey. Or maybe I did and I just didn't realize it was him. Huey's ghost is usually here, right? Got patched this year?
Happy birthday, Snake.
No, there he is. There he is. I think that was him, right? Alright, happy birthday, Snake. Mother Teresa, I mean. I thought they'd play around with the real cigars. He's usually puffing on those electronic cigars.
Roger.
Only the real big boss gets real cigars.
This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
Yeah, I was hoping we could get the birthday scene later. But sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't work out. If I set it to the 30th of October, I think the run will end before we get to the 30th of October. So, yeah, unfortunately, we're just going to have to get it early. I really like the additional scene where Quiet lights the cigar for him. You know, if Quiet is on the base when you trigger the birthday scene, you get that little extra scene with her where she shoots open the box full of cigars and then she lights your cigar by firing a bullet at it. That's a cool scene.
Gaining altitude.
Happy birthday to you. Okay, I think we'll go and get this Russian interpreter, even though DRK probably won't make use of him. I don't think he usually does optional conversations or anything.
The side ops list is comprised of problems we need you to resolve.
Let's see.
Objectives to be completed, and information gained from the soldiers and prisoners you've extracted. These aren't missions per se, but if you can take care of them when you're free, I'd appreciate it.
Oh man, I'm hungry. Getting close to the end of the marathon. Only a couple of sessions left. A bit of a strange one, this one with the Master Collection. I wasn't expecting to be as cranky as I was during my playthroughs of the Master Collection. I was expecting some issues, you know? But nothing like what we had. It was kind of frustrating during MGS2. I wasn't really able to do my usual passionate, in-depth playthrough. Just because the sounds were making me so cranky. Like, ugh, do I really have to fucking talk about aims and In the Darkness of Shadow Moses? Not really in the mood. Wasn't really in the mood for doing a fucking in-depth playthrough while playing MGS2, you know? That didn't feel good, because it's fun doing those in-depth playthroughs. But hopefully they sort all that shit out anyway. Gonna keep playing the Master Collection? Well, I think it'll depend. Not in its current state.
We found out there's an English-speaking soldier somewhere in the region. He's a language specialist. His role is to translate information related to the West into Russian. If we can get him to join us, we'll have the upper hand in information warfare. Find this language specialist and extract him.
I'm thinking if we do end up playing the Master Collection as a replacement for the HD Collection, it'll probably be on PC with mods. Even if they do sort out all the issues with the Master Collection, I'm not sure if DRK will want to play it because of the controls, not having those pressure-sensitive controls. I'd probably be open to dealing with those controls if they fix the issues, you know, and we had the improvements and fixes from the HD Collection. Because it would be really nice to take advantage of those fixes now, you know. Be a shame having to go back to the fucking regular HD Collection when they have these fixes. So, you know, if we could play a full fixed version, you know, that's probably what we'll do. So yeah, maybe PC with mods. And on PC, you know, we'll probably be able to play with pressure sensitivity again with mods. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I wonder if modders will be able to fix George Sears.
That Soviet soldier in the Green Beret is speaking English.
Wonder how hard it is to fix that.
Must be a language specialist. With him on our side, we'd be capable of Russian interpretation support. Try and extract him.
But yeah, we might get some interesting stuff on PC with the mods. And finally, the dream might become a reality where we get to play the games in Japanese with English subtitles. I've been wanting to do that for a while. Stream some playthroughs in Japanese with English subs. We could maybe get some like fan translations and stuff as well. Might be interesting to get a more accurate version of the English script. I wouldn't want to like fuck around too much with that, but you know, just to fix certain things. Oh, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. No, I don't want to take him out right now. I want to listen to his dialogue. He has a unique conversation with a guy here with the translator.
We found out there's an English-speaking soldier somewhere in the region. He's a language specialist. His role is to translate information related to the West into Russian. If we can get him to join us, we'll have the upper hand in information warfare. Find this language specialist and extract him.
Oh, maybe you have to do this during the day. There's our guide. There's our translator. This guy can have a conversation with him. That's what I want to trigger right now. Come on, do it. Turn around. Go talk to him. Don't make me restart this fucking mission just for this. Okay, I'm gonna do it. It's really not worth it for this one little conversation, but I'm gonna do it anyway because it's kind of funny. Oh! Side ops. If I go during the day, it should trigger straight away, I think. I thought it would trigger whenever here. I didn't think it really mattered, but I guess it does. Ga-ba-da-la-da-da-da-da. Ga-ba-da-la-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-la-ba-da-da-ba-da. You better suck my fucking ballsack. Don't you have to see the stats with the binoculars? Nope. That has nothing to do with what I'm trying to do here. You only need to use the binoculars to see stats if you need the binoculars to see stats. If you need to see stats. We don't need to see any stats here. All I'm trying to do here is trigger a conversation. Is that the Mario theme? Would you like a taco? Would you like a taco? Would you like some cheese? Or 2 more of these? Would you like a taco? Would you like a taco? Would you like a... Would you like a taco? Would you like a taco? Would you like some cheese? And 2 more of these? Would you like a taco? Would you like a taco? Would you like it? I forget exactly how the rhythm ends there, but you know, it's something like that. Suck it on my ballsack. Suck it on my ballsack.
We found out there's an English
Sucking on my feet.
somewhere in the region. He's a language specialist.
Suckling on my
His
teeth.
role is to translate information related
Would
to the
you
West
like
into
to
Russian.
suck my ballsack? Would you like to suck my ballsack? Would you?
Information warfare. Find this language specialist
Suck it on
and
my
extract
ballsack.
him.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Okay, please can we trigger this conversation right now? Hey, they're ready.
Эй, ты же говоришь по-английски? Это непросто. Наверное, работает в переводческом отделении, аналитики, западной разведки. Я часто вижу, у тебя свет допоздна.
Да, я всегда читаю газеты и журналы с той стороны. Я даже думаю по-английски.
Правда? Научи меня каким-нибудь клёвым выражением. На случай, если я вдруг встречу американца.
Хорошо, повторяй за мной. I spent last night with your girlfriend.
With your girlfriend.
Ха, это было неплохо.
Правда? И что это значит?
Я друг твоего приятеля.
Ого, это действительно полезно.
You see, it wasn't just Russian.
Какие мелочи могут помочь в этой холодной войне, да?
Точно. Эти слова могут спасти твою жизнь.
Ха-ха, может быть.
So what's the whole context
Ты
here?
должен научить меня еще чему-нибудь.
Конечно, увидимся.
That Soviet soldier in
Can anyone understand the rest of what they're saying? I guess he's like pulling a prank on that guy. Getting him to say this in English to someone else.
Green Beret is speaking English. Must be a language specialist. With him on our side, we'd be capable of Russian interpretation support. Try and extract him.
Yeah, I figured he was trying to learn English, obviously, but I was also wondering if he was like setting him up, considering what he's teaching him to say. Oh, there.
That's the target.
Talk. Spit it out.
Oh, we actually get translated dialogue for him.
Speak. Speak.
Or translated grunts.
Spit it out.
Alright, alright, alright.
about the unit that attacked us in the mist? You knew something about them.
That wasn't my first run-in with them. It happened right before I was captured by the Soviets. We were on the Zero line that day, the Afghan side. On our way back from training the Mujahideen at a mountain camp in Kunar province. There's a lot of that work in Afghanistan. Most PFs shy away from it because it draws too much attention. But for us, that was the whole point. The job itself went great. We just had to make it back to a tribal area in Pakistan. But all of a sudden, visibility got real bad. It was no sandstorm. Our point man gave the strange report. He said he could see skulls in the mist.
Skulls?
The next moment, he went silent. We scrambled into formation, right before his arms and legs came raining down on us. It was always supposed to be a dangerous mission, so I had Diamond Dog's very best with me. We were calling out to each other. But one by one, the voices just went dead. Whatever happened to me, I lost consciousness before I knew it. When I came to, I was in a Soviet camp, tied to an interrogation chair.
Could they be some new Spetsnaz unit?
No. The ones that interrogated me were just the average rank and file. Whatever group attacked us, the way they moved was just insane. And that mist, appearing out of nowhere. The Soviets don't have tech like that.
If they did, Ocelot would have heard about it.
I doubt the West does either. Otherwise, the folks at Langley would be sleeping a lot easier.
Why'd they come after you?
Wish I knew. I'm the only one who survived. Though I don't think they planned it that way. If I was their target, they wouldn't have just handed me over to the 40th Army. Whatever the case, we need to watch our step until we know who they really are. And boss, if you ever do run into them again, don't try to take them on. You just get the hell out of there. When I first started dealing with Zero, with Cypher, it was a somewhat parasitic relationship. Though, a mutually beneficial one. Cypher had no army of their own, so they wanted us. They wanted our strength. They approached me as a potential business partner.
But they had other motives.
Cypher coaxed us into Central America, into that US-Soviet proxy war, to fuel Mother Base's growth. Once we were big enough, they'd force us to join them. That was the plan.
That's why they had Paz, still Zeke.
Right. And if we refused, she would use Zeke to fire a nuke from Mother Base. The world would consider us a liability, and countries would unite to destroy us.
We stopped the launch.
And yet they still took us down. Through that fake inspection they orchestrated to cover up their sabotage. That power Cypher wanted. We don't have it anymore. So why are they still after you? Is it just the fear of leaving you alive?
I don't know. Was Zero really... All I know is the man I knew wouldn't want this.
What do you mean?
We have to consider that it might not be Zero we're dealing with.
We know virtually nothing about Cypher anymore. How big they've gotten, what they want, or even who they really are. The new Mother Base started out as a test drilling rig operated by a mineral resources supplier, but their project fell through. The Seychelles government was happy to hand the place over to us. It was just scrap on stilts. So with a few dummy construction companies set up as fronts, we started renovating the half-finished rig. From the outside, it looked like the project was back on rails.
Kaz, you...
What?
I see what you're doing. Recreating the Mother Base we had 9 years ago. Only this time.
That's right. The Mother Base Cypher thought they destroyed will return from the grave to kill them. We'll prove to the world that we were the victors.
And if we lose again?
They can't fool us the same way twice. Now our enemies are in plain sight. And when our organization gets too big, we split it across companies. Any company that draws attention gets liquidated, and its capital is back-channeled into a new company. Most PFs are small-time operations anyway. And in this business, the minnows go bankrupt all the time. We've never aroused suspicion. Plus, we have Hewick.
Hewick?
Human Exploitation Company. It's a business specializing in intel gathering. Think of it as a civilian intelligence agency.
Kaz, that's...
Remember what they were trying to accomplish at the prison facility in Cuba? That gave me the idea. We dispatch moles into conflict zones around the world, and each sets up an intel network on site. Then they stay in place to give us stable points of contact when other nations intervene in the conflicts. Hewick's strength is that it has a cutout at each level. You get your job from one guy, then you hand it off to another. No one has direct access. It's a perfect black box. HUIC members also work their way into the superpowers intelligence agencies to make sure Diamond Dogs gets work. We have those countries by the balls. That's our deterrent when we need it.
Networking? In the intelligence community?
Sure, that's how we've grown this far. And when you go out on missions, intel from HUIC will be there to back you up. But despite all that, Cypher has its eyes on us. The only reason I'm not dead is that they needed to know where you were. Figured if you woke up, I'd go straight to you.
That's why you made that ruckus at the Zero Line.
Yeah, to make their own surveillance work against them. I think it took some of the heat off Cyprus.
Kaz.
Then I just had to wait for you to save me. And I've gotten used to waiting.
Kaz.
That's not all. It was a good chance to scout the market. And with the West wanting the Soviets out of Afghanistan, their agencies are bursting at the seams with funding. Boss, let's start by building up our Afghan presence.
Why put Mother Base in the Seychelles?
We're at the center of the world here.
We're all the way out in the Indian Ocean.
Come on. Lebanon, Sri Lanka, East Timor, and Africa. From here, our reach extends to conflict zones the world over, including Afghanistan, of course.
So it's prime real estate for a mercenary.
Exactly. Latin America isn't as close as I'd like, but we have Amanda and her people to help in that department. And besides, the Seychelles government owes us a favor.
Owes us?
The Seychelles has strong ties to the east, which the West wanted to shake up. It came to a head 3 years ago, in an attempted coup. It was a force of South African mercenaries, with U.S. backing behind the scenes. They were only platoon size, but South Africa is home to some heavy PFs. Too much for the Seychelles to handle. In the end, they accepted help from the Tanzanian army, and quelled the coup. We set up the deal and handled on-site tactical instruction. That led to some training work for the Seychelles military. And when we put down a mutiny within their forces, well, we made a lot of people happy. They don't pay us. They just let us have a piece of their offshore territory on the promise we'll come running if something else happens.
So we're bodyguards, too.
It's a good setup. We can only take Mother Base so far here. We'll have to find somewhere else when this place starts getting big.
Aren't you being a little hasty?
Nothing hasty about it. You're back with us now.
So, Kaz, the ship that took us from Cyprus, it used to be a whaler.
Yeah, a Japanese vessel. How was the voyage?
It was... stimulating.
Well, she was part of a whaling fleet up until a few years ago. Her displacement isn't anything to write home about, but she can really move. She still had plenty of life left in her, but then the work dried up. Global opposition to whaling has been mounting for years.
Is that right?
The push to ban it has been gaining traction for a little over a decade. Individual species came under protection as the years went on. And then 2 years ago, the IWC adopted a moratorium on commercial whaling. Several countries, including Japan, fought it to the bitter end. But eventually, most whaling companies had no choice but to throw in the towel. You ever tried whale snake?
Can't say that I have.
When I was a kid in Japan, practically everybody ate it.
That good, huh?
The country was poor in those days, and whale was cheap. International opinions changed since then. In any case, that's why we were able to get a bargain price on the ship. Of course, we did end up spending 5 times the purchase price in modifications. We had to really work to fit in all the ESM and communications gear while keeping the whaler look intact. Right now she's going around conducting SIGINT missions. In the future, we plan to use her as a communications relay base between you and Mother Base, and also as a chopper resupply vessel. Diamond Dogs. The word diamond originally comes from the Greek adamas. It means indomitable, unyielding. Other words for the stones often mean eternal bond, fortitude, or purity. The same is true of the Star of Bethlehem flowers you laid on the boss's grave. They represent innocence, as well as chastity, yielding to no man while maintaining one's virtue. In other words, staying loyal to something.
Alright, let's do another mission. Hold on. Hold on.
Farming villages in southern Vahan have been subjected to a strategic bombing campaign the past several weeks. The damage is spreading. It's part of the Soviet Scorched Earth operation aimed at wiping out the guerrillas. The target this time is the commander of a Spetsnaz detachment. He's been key to the operation's success. People say this guy's responsible for annihilating the Mujahideen at Tismasi Laman, the Hamid fighters, overnight. He's a tough, experienced commander. Don't underestimate him. The order from my client in the West is to shoot on sight. They want him out of the picture for good. Sorry, boss. This one's purely business. Wet work. A hit on a commanding officer of the Soviet military. Nothing personal. We're only doing this because it gets us one step closer to our goal.
Beefer, I just saw that. Yeah, he played Benny in Fallout New Vegas. Matthew Perry died, apparently. Just saw on Discord someone posting about it. I think Ash said he drowned. Didn't specify if he killed himself. But I remember hearing a while back that he had pretty bad depression. He played Benny in Fallout, yeah. I was quite surprised when I heard that as well. Didn't know he voiced for games. He also loved to play Klonoa on the Wii with his pants around his ankles, a true video game legend. He was a big gamer, was he, Matthew Perry? I played Klonoa as a kid. Klonoa Door to Phantom Mile. I loved that game as a kid. That was one of my favorite games. Let's see. Ga-ba-da-la-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-la-ba-da-da-ba-da.
Your target is a Spetsnaz detachment commander. Your orders are to take him out. With skills like his, it'd be a shame to waste him. But I'll leave the method up to you. Boss, make your way to Deshago Calais and eliminate the target.
Found him drowned, no drugs or alcohol. So hard to imagine an accidental drowning. In his house. That's rough, man.
Be careful down there, boss.
Guy.
You've arrived at the objective. Your target should be somewhere in that outpost.
I don't really feel like going over my thoughts on the MGS3 remake again.
Keep your guard up.
Can I shorten it to a TLDR? I'm not like super invested. There's no part of me that really needs or wants an MGS3 remake, but like I hope it turns out well and we'll just see what it's like when we get it. I'm pretty cynical about the project, I guess, just looking at Konami and yeah, we'll see. I gave more in-depth thoughts on it earlier on, and I guess a few times throughout the marathon. I'm going to try and get this conversation if I can. No, no, no. Damn, you have to get down here fast if you want to hear what he actually has to say. I want to see if we can listen to the whole thing.
You arrived at the objective. Your target should be somewhere in that outpost. And don't forget, he has a Spetsnaz recon detail with him. Keep your guard up.
Oh my god. I should have just went into the sights. What the fuck was I doing? Yeah, I guess I just feel kind of jaded with the constant remakes. I mean, I like some of them. Capcom has good remakes. I like the RE1 and 2 remakes. Not so crazy about the RE3 remake, and I don't think I'm really that crazy about the RE4 remake either. I kind of enjoyed it, but I can't see myself replaying it like I do the RE1 and 2 remakes, and I definitely prefer the original RE4 over the remake. But it was decent.
Говорят, Хамиды в Досмосее Ломан уничтожили. Похоже, гражданским тоже досталось.
Not a fan of Blue Point's remakes, Shadow of the Colossus, Demon Souls.
Ходят слухи, что это постарались наши. Так вот, это грязная ложь. Товарищи, приказы не обсуждаются. Мы должны выполнять данные нам задачи. Если сказано «сожги деревню», мы ее сжигаем. Только так мы раздавим душманов. За родину! Но помните, мирных жителей трогать нельзя. Если среди них будут жертвы, это только подольет масло в огонь. Если командир прикажет мне убить гражданского, я убью командира. Я к этому готов. Надеюсь, и вы тоже. Все ясно?
So this guy has a code, huh? So many of the missions seem to revolve around commanders, possible betrayals of commanders, rumors. Ready to take over, DRK?
That looks like the target.
Spit it out. Speak.
Boss, I gotta say it would be a waste to kill him. Putting him to sleep doesn't count as eliminating him. Neither does knocking him out.
Yeah, FIFA. I thought it was interesting at first. They kind of tried to RE2 Rify Resident Evil 4. but I just don't really like the random element of it in the RE4 remake. Like how the game purposely doesn't have that element. You know how in the original RE4 you shoot someone in the leg, they bend over for the big AoE kick, or you shoot them in the head and you can consistently you can reliably do this again and again. But with the RE4 remake, there's like a random degree to it. Like sometimes they will bend over, sometimes you can open them up for an AoE melee, but not always. And I found that just the game kind of naturally incentivized you to play cagey like most of the time, like to stand back away from enemies and just headshot them and just do it the way you normally do in classic RE. It always felt like too much of a risk to get up close with groups of enemies. That was one really fun thing about the original RE4, how, you know, you could get up in these, like right up close to these mobs and still be able to wipe them out without taking a hit. It's hard for me to explain exactly what I mean, but yeah, I don't know. I just I thought it was interesting at first, but then I think I grew to dislike how it was balanced, at least in comparison to the original game. It also felt like there was some jank in that game related to like grabs and stuff. The enemy grabs just didn't feel as consistent or as tight as the original game. But I don't think it was trying to be either. And I'm glad it didn't just try to be the same thing. I thought it was interesting that it kind of tried to mix the RE2R style with Resident Evil 4, but in the end, I'm not sure if I really liked it. It was still a pretty fun experience, but yeah. The RE2 remake, I think, is great. It's I'd put it up there with, you know, some of the best horror games ever. Same with the Resident Evil 1 remake. But yeah, I don't know. When I think about playing RE4 in the future, I think I'll probably just go back to the original game more often than not. But with 1 and 2, I'm sure I'll continue to play those remakes frequently. When enemies stand next to cows, the nightmare AI pathfinding begins. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like I would need to go back to the game and really, like, study it to be able to express what I mean. I've only played it the one time. But yeah, I think I preferred the combat in the original and how it was put together, even if the remake is similar. Fuck you. Hey, I should just Fulton this guy and get the fuck out of here, right? Yeah, I might go back and check out that Separate Ways DLC.
Boss, your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land. Don't hang around.
I'd love to see another Mikami directed game. Horse? Horse? Are you behind this? There you are. I should have just called the chopper. Little kids. Little kids. Oh, we were there. Okay.
No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Mission complete and how? army is growing like crazy thanks to you, boss. In fact, it's getting downright crowded around here. To bring a greater number of people on board, we'll need to expand our facilities. To that end, I've created a base development unit. It has two roles, material refinement and platform construction. I'll start with the material refinement part. The base development unit procures material resources on a regular basis according to its level. The materials are stored in containers and placed on the deck of Mother Base. Once they're finished being processed, they can finally be put to use. By using these materials to build new platforms, we'll be able to add a greater number of staff to our ranks. We don't need any specific instructions from you to refine the materials, but I want you to be the one to decide how we construct platforms. Once we have sufficient GMP and the required material resources, you can issue construction orders from your iDroid.
Yeah, then we play the game. We play the game right around here. You see. I haven't played the seamless HD mods for RE1 to 3. No, I would really like to play that RE4 HD project mod. That massive fan project that looked really cool. I've been meaning to do like randomizer mods and stuff for RE1 remake. That sounds like it might be fun. The room randomizer, where all the rooms are swapped around. That sounds like it might be a bit of a mindfuck. Maybe good fun for a stream. Good laugh. It's always fun going back to RE1 remake.
Boss, we've received it back.
Yeah.
Boss, we've received a back-channel request from Langley. We're to find a piece of new American military hardware that's gone missing in the mountains of Afghanistan. It's a difficult mission, but I'd say you're back in top form by now. Check your iDroid for the details.
Okay, anyway, I think DRK is ready to take over, so I will send over the save. Bear with me, guys. I'm just going to play some tunes while I get this shit sorted, and then I'll come back in a couple of minutes to sign off. I'll be right back. right, fools. DRK is ready. The stream is going to go down for like 10 seconds or so. Let me just check my dashboard one more time. Make sure I'm up to date on thanking everyone. The last name I see here is Fresh Tendrils. Thank you again, Fresh Tendrils. I'm pretty sure I thanked you earlier, but no harm thanking again. Yeah, stream is going to go down for 10 seconds. DRK will be back up, and then I'll see you later for my last session. I'm thinking if I can find a microphone for my controller, I might try and mix in a little PT session during my next session. Maybe when we get to one of the PT radios in game, we could switch over or something. Again, don't get too excited because I have no idea if I have a microphone ready. But yeah, we'll see. Don't go anywhere. The stream will be right back. I'll see you later, everyone.